Welcome back. Let's get ready for our Board of Public Works. Where your dreams do 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 do. Right.
Yeah, I have. It's a problem. I'm here. What do you want to keep there being?
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. While I get ready. Oh, holy night. The stars are brightly shining. It is the night of the dear Savior's birth. I forgot to put it on my channel, 'cause I am silly. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. For yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. I need to get this going, community. Get the agenda. Sorry, I know I've got it listed. I know I've got it here somewhere. Oh, I'm not going to screw it up like I did yesterday. Open link in new tab. Launch. Download. I know I'm not paying attention, you guys. I promise I'll be there in just a second. I need to get this open before PJ Knight decides to get on there. Oh, join. I didn't know that they could see how many times I'm in there though. Okay, so then go back to meeting, go back to Zoom. I'm almost there, you guys. Open Zoom meetings. Join webinar. Okay. I'm in there. Hey, Amy. It is in 17 minutes. And okay. 10, 11, 12, 1. Oh shit, you were right. I'm like way ahead of myself. Okay. Let's pop that off. Wow, okay. Yeah, I'm way early. Goodness sakes. Okay, let's just shut that down then. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad I'm not having to rush so bad. Oh, I'm definitely early. Well, you got to hear me singing my Christmas song. I had us all scared, didn't I, Ganja? I'm sorry. Well, hey, MD Media. Yep, all prayers for a great surgery this morning. Did they give you Lala juice yet? Tell them you're feeling kind of anxious and that you need some Lala juice if they already gave you the IV. It'll make you feel real happy. Not promoting Lala juice or anything. Well, I knew I came on for a reason. Why aren't we showing? Google Chrome. There we go. Yeah, I was like in a total rush, total run, get in here, get it all done. Good morning, Whiskey Moon. Hey, Brian. We're an hour early. I had my timing off, Whiskey and Brian. Hey, Scientology up north. Look at the community post Super Cole just posted. Okay, let's go to that. Oh, holy night. Ooh, Eric is live. Let's find Super Cole. Super Cole. Super Cole. Super Cole. Why aren't you allowed to question? Potentially safe pointing event the members of Church of Scientology may attend. Put on by the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, whose president spoke at the holiday lighting event at LRH Blue. Public safety, the bottom line for 2025. January 23rd. Is this the one you're talking about? Okay, so I feel better. I'm not the only one. Is this the one you were talking about, the public safety? Oh, my thighs are ringing. We'll just let that ring. And it wasn't really my thighs, you guys. It was just I have my phone underneath my leg on my chair. And I forgot to turn the ringer off. But I'm assuming this is the one. The bottom line for 2025 with District Attorney Nathan Hochman. Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Tickets. The Foundation for Drug-Free World. I wonder if that's true, though. Or I wonder if they're just Foundation for a Drug-Free World. Wednesday, the 27th of November, is excited to announce a groundbreaking partnership with PAL to help combat the growing issue of youth drug abuse. That one kind of concerns me more than this one. I'm sure Amy's on that. Yeah, that would, yeah, they'll be there talking about the protesters, about the hate crimes. Okay, Miriam. Oh, I bet. I know Janet had tickets. I thought she was just standing outside like Audit was. She had tickets to the event. But this would be a good place for quite a few of you guys to be at. Yeah, I don't know. Let me look. Let's look. Um, it's the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, so I bet they probably have something on theirs, which I thought I was already in there, but let's, yeah, Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Committees, events. Register for our events. Christmas Eve services at First Presbyterian Church. Public safety. Register now. Did that pop up for you guys? Yeah, there's a register page. Let me go back to it. And if you hit register now, members enter email below the email listed in the chamber database. Non-members, or if the email is not in the chamber database, click here to continue your event registration. So it looks like you just have to be registered. There's not a charge. Oh, well, it says log in to check for special members only rates. Oh, yeah. Pricing details. Oh, there is. It's $200. Boy, how did I not know that there would be add attendee, blah, 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 blah. Oh, you have to have all your information in there. Yep, so there is a charge for that. It doesn't look like you have to be a member. You can register for the event. Yeah, let's see what it says here. Legislative Action Committee supports the Chamber's strategic plan goals to advocate for policies that positively impact. I don't Christmas Eve services, but I don't see a New Year's Eve event. Maybe under signature events, State of Holiday installation gala. This was all from browse upcoming HCC events. Yeah, this was, I don't see a New Year's Eve one unless it's a different chamber. Yeah, I don't see that one. Hollywood Police Station events page. Oh, hey, Antics. Don't know. Let's Google Hollywood CA Police Station. Visit website. No, that just takes you to the main LAPD. Nope, I don't think they have one. Good morning, Tiff. And you be safe too. I hope your appointment goes well. Same thing as Ganja just said. Anybody else going to call into the ethics committee today? That is at noon Pacific time. And I think I'm going to submit an official complaint in my comments. Does anybody remember when what day or what the company's name was at the Public Works comments where the guy came in and he was talking about how they had been harassing him for 2 years on his planters, making them ADA and the construction and what they were constructed of and what they had in them. It was a foundation, but I can't remember who it was. Christmas music on pause. I was singing Christmas music when I started till I figured I was an hour early. Venice Beach business improvement. Oh, you're the woman. Thank you. Venice Beach business improvement. Let me go there. Let me see if we can find. Well, this is the bid. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna, okay. Y'all ready to start another? Y'all ready to help me write one since we're sitting here doing nothing? Thank you for the memories. I got all sorts of songs. Oh, you're out of clients? Okay, well, we won't bother you. She's doing a court update right now? Okay, woo, that's important. Let's go there. Let's go to Nancy. Ooh.
You don't want to just make a cocktail. You want to make a much-deserved reward. You want to make a gift.
Back. I'll update you guys later. I am on no sleep. I had to take notes. There's so much that went down today. I can't even explain it. I just wanted to come down and rub it in their face that I'm allowed back, and I am back. So here we go. Thank you. I'm going to end this because I need to rest. But I am back, guys. I am back.
Wonderful news. Take that.
You hear me, Scientology? Screw you all.
Screw you.
Back, motherfuckers. I'm out. See you guys later. I love you all. Thank you.
Woohoo.
Thank you.
I don't know what happened, but obviously it was good news. Look at the smile on that face. Party! Yep. Oh, Amy, don't even get my heckles. Oh my goodness, that would be freaking awesome. Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta text her. She's like... Okay. Oh my gosh. Is she sleeping? Woohoo! I'd take a toke too. Take one for me too. Look at the smile on that face. It doesn't, she may have gone in there and taken a plea. We don't know. She may have gone in there and they dropped it. She may have gone in there and they said, we have nothing against you. Or her lawyers said, screw you. But whatever it is, the smile on her face is good. It could have been that a couple of us calling into the city council and making complaints and talking to public safety. Yep, you bet. Yep. Try to go back on her screen. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, Replay Crew. This is Nance Drew, and I will give a further update later, but I just wanted to show you that I am here in front of Scientology Oregon, Chicago at 650 South Clark. If the door is open, Shade Tech is on deployed. I just showed up. Hello, Pooh. I'll give an update later, but I just wanted to show you. Look where I'm at. Look where I'm at. Look where I'm allowed now. I'll update you guys later. I am on no sleep. I had to take notes. There's so much that went down today. I can't even explain it. I just wanted to come down and rub it in their face that I'm allowed back, and I am back. So here we go. Thank you. I'm going to end this because I need to rest. But I am back, guys. I am back. You hear me, Scientology? Screw you all. Back, motherfuckers. I'm out. See you guys later. I love you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh, I don't know what happened, but that is that's awesome face. Yeah, I used to see, yep, Mandy, me, Sue, yep, doing a happy dance. I don't care what it is. If she's happy, no matter what the outcome is, we're happy. Just the look of relief on her face. I'll text her to go, she can call me later. Yep, there is a new state's attorney. Yeah. You know, Josiah let's wait till after the 1st for anything for Josiah, because no matter what happens, if something were to come down on Josiah, it's going to screw up his probation. So, personally, thoughts, prayers, loves, wishes, and I completely agree that they're ignoring Josiah, but that may not be a bad thing because he can't have anything happen till after the 1st. Yeah. So maybe no news is good news on that, because we have to wait to make sure that he doesn't get pinched for anything until after his probation is up, because that would be certain jail time. So even though I have been doing major prayers about it, I haven't been really too vocal. Right. That's my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been wrong about all sorts of things, but if he has the possibility of it going wrong, I think just letting it lay low until then, right? Yeah, there was a hearing the other day, Tuesday morning, to where his lawyer was trying to get him to take a plea. And it was the same time as our LAPD commission. So they were trying to get him to take a plea, which a plea would have been a guilty of even a misdemeanor, which would have uh, made him in violation of his probation, that would have put him in jail. I was like, you moron. What a moron lawyer. We're paying you. He's paying you how much? What a moron lawyer. You know, I've been trying to have discretion with Nancy's case too, but we needed to hit them a little bit hard. And as I said, I don't know what the outcome is. She hasn't told me. I'm just so excited that she looked relieved. That all of the stress and the pain just kind of washed. You know, I know I've seen some videos of Josiah where he kind of went, maybe he was doing mushrooms or maybe some type of hallucinogen, or maybe his mental status wasn't the best. And I've just tried to completely hold back any type of judgment because I think I know what he's been through. Yeah, I'm hoping for that, Amy. I'm hoping for that. That's what my prayers are for. As a target, like same thing. I keep looking at my phone, thinking you guys can see where I'm looking. It has been a huge weight on her shoulders, and it's been a huge weight on Josiah's too. You know, in my heart of hearts, I really truly feel Josiah's a good kid. That he's really got a great heart. He's been dealt a shitty stack of cards, a shitty stack of cards. But he's still here, he's still alive. And sometimes I feel like it's a day-to-day thing for him. Yeah, once we get him out of the danger zone of seeing jail, which I don't think that would be good for him whatsoever. He did, and now he's been hammered for it. They definitely, and you know damn well Scientology. Hey, Joe. Yay! Yes! Two good news things today. Awesome, Joe. Actually, there was three good news things today. I do too, Sue. I do too. But again, I don't know that that's such a bad thing in the ultimate scheme of things. That that maybe having it a little bit low key until we get through to where he's not. Just think if it would have been publicized a little bit more, and Scientology had to defend it or promote it even more, that it could have caused more pain or more problems for Josiah. Yeah, I don't think anybody probably believes Patrick Perry. I think it's people behind the scenes. Nice. And to catch up, Joe had her mammogram today. We were talking about Nancy Drew just came on, and she was in front of the Chicago org, and she said she had great news. She was smiling. She looked so relieved, and that she would update us later after she slept a little bit. So apparently something really good happened today. And then we were talking about Josiah's, that he is definitely in a hard spot right now. Yep, of course there are preferred outcomes. But some of those outcomes could make his mental status even worse. She looked like complete washed over relief. Completely. And was seriously smiling. Yeah, you can tell when people are faking. That's like when people say they're wheelchair users. And of course, those of us that are, I hope so too. I didn't hide it too far, but I made a complaint to the bar against him. Okay, all right, Mandy Me. There does, but let's get through where he can be harmed from it. The bid meeting. Okay, what are we catching up on? About recording inside Sciento. I forgot his name. Cubs. Hey, Lakshmi Cool. Ganja Girl, I think you're thinking of Cubs. He is being actually charged with the felony for wiretapping. It was Cubs champion 18? Cubs champion. Yeah, Cubs. I know. They have their little, they're just not admitting to it. And I'm bringing that up at the ethics today. I, I agree, YRB. He is stronger. And let's keep him strong. It doesn't make sense. There's something behind it. So either there's a literal ethic violation going on, or definitely a perceived ethical violation going on. Ganja Girl, if you really look at the lawsuits that the cult of Scientology, yeah, I know that was kind of really strange, wasn't it, Amy? They had him on, but yet they didn't put his GoFundMe on there. The lawsuits is typical. Cult of Scientology does three things: mitigate, litigate, pay you off. And we know the mitigates, we know the litigates, and unfortunately, I think we know some people that have been paid off too. It's kind of evident. Because it was a private business. It's private, and it's a two-party state. I'm just giving you what I've learned is that in a private business, they have the ability and the legality to film in their own private business. But if you come in and record, that's illegal. Moxon has been shady from the get-go, and he was he was a unindicted conspirator to the Lisa McPherson. Okay, go do your fluff and buff, Kiara. Yeah, you definitely need to know the two-party states. You, well, I think he probably found out the date for his next hearing, or maybe it got dropped too. Probably, Amy. You're probably right. Yeah, Peter, he was secretly recording in a private business. For Public Works, no. I'm basically going to say my same old spiel. Planners, permits. You guys suck. Planners, permits. You guys suck. I'm going to report you to the Ethics Commission in 2 hours. You have 2 hours to make something happen before I turn you into the Ethics Commission. That's what I'm going to say. Ganja. Allegedly. Oh, we forgot the allegedly on the taping. That's going to be my 1 minute. You have 2 hours before I turn you into the Ethics Commission. Yeah, and they turned that around to where they said it was she was chasing a squirrel and got zapped by the electrical box. She was saving a squirrel. My eyes ought to be the strongest in the country. Hold on, you guys, sorry. he needs a he needs a shirt that says I am recording, deal with it, right? Yep, I don't need a reasonable accommodation for a longer time frame than 1 minute about saying shit or get off the pot today. It's time. Time's up. You're going to be catapulted into the world of ethical decision, ethical ethics. That would be kind of fun, Ganja. I'm hoping I'm hoping that we don't have to go to these freaking meetings anymore. I am sick and tired of listening about planters, talking about planters, because it's just a picture of what's truly happening behind the scenes. That's all. Those planners are just a symbol of the true tug-of-war nature that's happening. Eric's still in. Oh, he's on the road back to LA. Super quick live. Crazy Love had a super quick live. What did Crazy talk about?
I'm losing weight and feeling confident thanks to hers. I got prescribed compounded GLP-1 injections, which have the same active ingredient.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hurts so bad.
This is gonna be a super quick live, and it's gonna be kind of like a preset live to my live that I'm gonna do tonight. So, something that has been weighing heavy on my mind for the last few weeks that I've been following is a lady from Ogden, Utah, who has been eaten alive by the DCFS system and by Ogden police, who she has been, I mean, they have her in kidnapped her, literally have her kidnapped in jail right now, and is holding her, telling her, you either plead guilty or you will stay your ass in jail. She took custody.
That happens all the time. I think it's a call-in, not Zoom. The Ethics Commission is a call-in, not Zoom. Correct. It is call-in. Here, I'm going to paste the link if anybody wants to go see. How can a man who was convicted of felonies in France have a street named after him in LAPD or LA? The records are there for what crimes he committed. Agreed. 100%. Ethics for later is I had it pulled up. Community. Yeah, again, ethics is big boy jail for these people. If you get taken up to ethics, you are big time. Here's the regular agenda. Copy. Zoom started and you're signed in? Okay. I will too. I'll get there. There's the agenda for ethics and the call-in instructions. With the ID number. And that's at noon Pacific time. And let's go back to love it when I'm all just messed up by Board of Public Works. Okay, let me get us back in there. Open link in new tab. Launch. Download now. Join from browser. Yeah, I don't care if you guys see me, you know my email address anyways. gci.net. Mo. Join. Audio setting. Leave computer audio. Correct. Now we're going to go back to here. We're going to go to Zoom. Open Zoom meetings. This is the way I have to do it in order to get it on. This did not happen yesterday on the bid meeting where I could have taken it off the computer audio, so I was getting the echo. Join webinar. Okay, we are signed in for that. We don't need to be so big. We can make it smaller. Well, it's not really that hard to figure out. A whole minute is like, whoop, a minute goes by so quick. That was my browser Zoom. On OBS and StreamYard, you can't put Zoom onto the page at the same time with audio and microphone. You could see people's numbers and names, and they allowed video. Yes, right. That even the neighborhood councils use that, but they hide people. That's the way the other councils are too. They just hide everybody. He didn't hide everybody. Well, do you want to join us today? Here is the crapola. I might use the Venice Beach one also here in the public work ones, but I'm really seriously just done with their bullshit. Kind of like I'm done with LAPD's bullshit. December 19th management meeting canceled. December 20th is still on. Hey, Minnie. There's the link if you want to join in the Zoom. Good afternoon, Benjamin. How are you doing today? Yeah, and to be real honest, this one, main house, this one's a real easy one. You only get a minute. So even if you get in there and say something real simple, exactly, exactly, Ganja. Even if you say something simple like I ditto, I echo what the person said. Yep. And then when you get on there, raise your hand so they know that you're there. And each council is a little bit different. This one, he'll come on ahead of time and say, do you want to just talk about public comment or do you want to talk about any of the agenda items? They just switched it. And if you just want to do public comment, say just public comment, and then they'll call you by name, they'll lower your hand, and then when it's your time, they'll send you an unmute button. And you hit unmute and start talking. Planners or permits are great topics. Yep. Yeah, you can't talk about just total out of the blue stuff. You have to be somewhat within their purview. And the Board of Public Works is water, wastewater, roads, permits. My day started off beautiful, Benjamin. I hope yours did too. Exactly right. You got to mesh it all together. But don't, your first time, don't get complicated. Just say, a couple of sentences if that's all you want. Even about the Shriners the other night, they unequally enforced the permits. How can we see what the permits are without being able to see the portal? Those planners, they're against city, state, and federal law. Do your job. And I mean, usually, well, Audit's not going to be there. She's going to be online. But if she's there, usually she can go first and you can kind of get an idea. Okay, oh yeah, I forgot to raise my hand. Go back and raise my hand. Raise hand. Right? And it doesn't excuse them by kicking the can down the road to the city attorney's office. They're still hook, line, and sinker on the line. It's still their responsibility. That's perfect, main house. Yeah, don't use your full name if you can even use a pseudonym on this one. So if you wanted to use main house, you or M house, whatever you want to put on there. Okay, Haggis. You're on. You're on for Friday. I'm kind of wondering if they're going to cancel Friday. But well, here comes our TJ McNutnut. None of us are. Eyes to see. I know Audit's there, but she's not going to be physically there. She's going to be on Zoom. And some of the other people go in. No, it doesn't matter if you're in LA or not. I know, we all heard your last name at the very last minute. Well, that's okay. You're not on video. It's voice only. I'm in my, well, I was in my PJs. I'm not in my PJs now. Right? Miriam Scientology up north, way across the pond. Yep, Minnie's in Long Island. But you can put a different name on there when you sign in. That's why I have it. I'm signed in on 2 different accounts. One so we can see it on the screen, and one so I can call in. So yeah, see, Eyes to See in Main House, we're from all over. We all have the same mission though. All for one and one for all, the 3 Musketeers. Yep, definite unity. No, but Long Island, New York has. Long Island, New York Mini Minion was filming them the other night. The drones, the drones, the drones. Yeah, in LA where the laws are made up and don't really matter. And the stats don't matter.
Audio test 1, 2, 3.
I didn't really even look at the agenda, you guys. I look real quick. Only 4
Podium
items.
audio test 1, 2. Good morning to our attendees for joining us today for the Board of Public Works meeting. I see a number of hands raised on the Zoom platform. I'm going to go ahead and call out attendees with their hands raised to see if you would like to offer commentary for general public comment or commentary on any of our agenda items this morning. I'll start with Amy. Amy's iPhone.
Public comment.
Very well. I have you down for public comment. A number of hands raised on the Zoom platform. If folks would be so kind as to mute your secondary device, that way we don't get feedback here in the room. I'll go next to Gigi's iPhone, Gigi's phone. Gigi.
Yes, I just want to do public comment, and I don't know if I'm allowed to ask you or if I have to wait, but can we get a timer on the screen for public comment?
Yeah, I can't put the timer on the screen. You can.
I've seen that in some meetings, but I just didn't know if you had the capabilities.
We don't.
Okay. I'll just do my stopwatch.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Have you down for public comment?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Move next to Mini Minion 7514.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, public comment, please.
I have you down for public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Margin?
Hi, it's Miriam. I would like to give a public comment. Thank you.
Just public comment today?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mona M. Good morning.
Good morning, TJ. I'd like to do public comment in 3 and 4.
I have you down for public comment and items 3 and 4 on today's agenda. Thank you, Mona.
Thank you. And so that will be, I'll have to do 3 and 4 first, right?
It's up to the discretion of the presiding officer when to hear a multiple agenda item comment.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvonne. Good morning.
Morning. I'd like general comment 1, 2, and 3 items.
Very well. I have you down for general public comment items 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute and lower your hand. I see Audit LA. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Knight. I would like public comment and all agenda items, please.
Very well. I have you down for public comment and all items on today's agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Audit's on Zoom. She needed a break today. And I don't blame her. She's been huffing her butt. Hustling her
Muted
butt.
for Zoom or YouTube. Okay. Yeah, they're both up. The switches are up. Audio test. Audio test. Wednesday. It's holiday time. Can you feel it in the air? It's only 80 degrees out today. The bitter chill of winter is approaching. Audio test. I'm talking to see if we are broadcasting on YouTube. I'm talking and talking, and it appears my staff is shaking their heads in the negative. We are not broadcasting on YouTube. Not going through.
TJ, we hear you on Zoom.
Thank you, Mona. I appreciate it. On our YouTube, so our agenda lists capability for broadcasting via a couple different sources and or outputs, and one of which is YouTube. The board has its YouTube channel available, and we like to be able to confirm audio output on that channel, which we're attempting to do now. So I apologize for what may sound like a meaningless rant, but I am merely doing an audio test and it's not coming through. So I can make an announcement, Jose, once the meeting starts. And then if you get it to work, if it becomes available, shoot me a chat and then we can announce that as well. Thank you. It's about 9:51. If there are any additional attendees on Zoom who wish to offer public comment or commentary on any of our items this morning, please raise your hand at this time. Indicate which item you'd like to speak on, and I'll record your information for the record. We should get started with the meeting in approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
He'll do another check here in probably about 5 minutes. That's right, Amy. They probably get more audience from this than they do on the whole YouTube channel. And we have a teeny little channel, so that's not saying much on their part. TJ and I are best buds. I'm rolling my eyes again, Main House. I don't know what they're going to do without us being here every week. Somebody needs to say that. Say, are you guys going to miss us when we go? You going to miss us? When we're no longer on here, when you move the freaking planners? There's the comment right there for you, Main House. That's cool, Main House. That's all right. Someday you'll be ready. Either here or in another spot. It's okay. I know, right? I thought he would too. Somebody needs to do a thumbnail of TJ and Mona, and I'll post it. Oh, shoot. Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that for the next meeting, Peter. Speak, and I was just thinking of you, Peter. The requested thumbnail. I should have used it. Oh my gosh. Do I have time to change it? Can I change it? That's a perfect thing to talk about. And I think that's what I talked about last time, is about the second page not being available. Right, they're not notifying. You're right, Sue. Granicus service? Exactly. They're not meeting the requirements of the permit. I don't know, Sue. That kind of takes it. If you have to guess about the permit requirements and the sidewalk closures, that completely takes the legality out of it. You can't trespass me if I don't freaking know. How can you trespass me when I don't know the rules? How can you play a game when you don't know the rules? I know, I saw that, Peter. That's horrendous, isn't it? You know, I may, except for saying planners and permits, I may change that to that and then telling them I'm reporting them to the Ethics Commission. I may use that today. How do you play a game that you don't know the rules? How do you successfully play a game? Right? And every time you try to play by the perceived rules, they change the rules. How can you obey a law that's not clear? That's arbitrary. I'm thinking of the words. Right, they email Jennifer and she tells them the rules. Exactly, Sue.
Good morning once again to our attendees joining us on the Zoom platform. I do have a number of commenters who've already indicated they wish to offer commentary. I have Amy, Gigi, Mini Minion, Merjam, Mona M, Yvonne, and Audit LA. Good morning again to all of you. If there are any additional folks on Zoom who wish to offer commentary on any of our agenda items this morning or offer public commentary, please raise your hand at this time. And I see Barbara Brody.
Yes, I wish to speak on behalf of the West Side Neighborhood Council this morning on item number 4.
Very well. I have you down for item 4 on behalf of Neighborhood Council. Thank you, Barbara. I'd just like to make a quick announcement to our folks here in the room, in the Board of Public Works hearing room, and to those attending via Zoom. It's been indicated that the Bureau has requested to continue item 4 until January 17th, 2025. And so we will not be taking public comment on item 4. Thank you. There is an additional hand raised. Caller 818, ending in 264.
Hello.
Good morning. Would you like to offer commentary on any of our items this morning?
I wanted to add commentary on the shelter item.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to repeat that. Can you speak clearly into your device? I didn't hear.
On the item having to do with the shelters.
Having to do with that. Oh,
or
okay.
Advertising or something like that.
Yes, sir. That's item 4 on today's agenda. And so I'll make the announcement again. That item is being continued to January 17th, 2025. We will not be hearing public comment on that item.
Okay, then can I have public comment?
General public comment?
Yes.
Very well. We'll be done for public comment. I'm going to go ahead and put you back.
Wait a second.
And I'll make one more call out to any attendees on Zoom who wish to offer commentary on any of our items this morning. All right, thank you. We should get started momentarily.
Oh, goodness. I've got so much now on my brain.
Recording in progress.
President Corson, we are now in record mode.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. If you could establish quorum and a roll call for us, please.
Yes, very well. Good morning, President Corson, Vice President Chavez, President Pro Tem Grant, Commissioner Kang, and Commissioner Mitchell are present. We do have a quorum. We are also joined by City Attorney Representative Virginia Choi. I'm Acting Executive Officer TJ Knight. President Corson, we have speaker cards under public comment on the virtual platform. We have one neighborhood council commentary on item number 4, and we have speaker cards on all items on the virtual platform and speaker cards on item 3 here in the board hearing room.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to the Board of Public Works meeting for Wednesday, December 18th. Just for everyone's awareness, we are going to continue item number 4 for 30 days to January 17th. With that said, we will also not be taking public comment on this item until January 17th. We will proceed to general public comment, which is an opportunity for the public to address the board on public interest items and will be provided up to 1 minute per person for a cumulative of 10 minutes for the general public comment segment. Testimony shall be limited in content to matters which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. The board may not take any action on matters discussed during the public comment period. And we have on hand here our City Attorney, Virginia Choi, who will ensure that all public commenters stay on topic. And with that, Mr. Knight, if we'd like to proceed with general public comment.
Yes, thank you, President Corson. I would like to make a quick announcement that although we conducted an audio test earlier this morning as we were setting up, we are not broadcasting we are unable to broadcast the board's meeting on our YouTube channel. So I encourage everyone to tune in on Zoom or the 621 City, the city phone access, or to join us, of course, here in the board's hearing room. If we are able to resume or establish audio broadcast on YouTube, I'll make another announcement at that time. And we'll go ahead and start with public comment, starting with Amy.
Hi, I just want to know how La Osa Nostra is treating you. I had advised you that that's the mafia arm of the cult of Scientology, because OSA stands for their Office of Special Affairs. I wonder how they're influencing you on keeping the planters, which I still see are present on L. Ron Hubbard Way, and they are also not abiding by posting the permits at their events, nor are they being able to be seen on the public portal with a second page. Every time I come back to your meetings, I have to remind you that your noses are growing longer. The Pinocchio noses are getting longer each week or each day. Maybe you can add a planter to your nose, and by the time you'll probably get rid of them, you'll have more planters than attached to your nose that are present on the sidewalks around the cult of Scientology. Bye.
Thank you, Amy. We'll move next to Gigi. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Okay, so I kind of have a soft spot for you guys. And I don't know if it's because when I met you guys and I was there in person and I met with 3 of you in the hallways, I saw you guys as regular people and not just members on the board. Like I was able to see you in person and sort of get a vibe check on you. And y'all seem like good, honest people, and you guys are doing the job for the right reasons, but it shouldn't be that hard to get rid of these planters. I know you guys deal with bigger things, so these planters should not be an issue at this point. And you guys do have the power to do something. So I hope I'm not wrong about you guys. I hope that I'm correct and you guys can do this. I want to come back here and call you guys heroes. I was talking about you guys being villains, but I want that hero arc to come. Please give us.
Thank you, Gigi. That's 60 seconds. And we'll move next to Mini Minion. Mini Minion 7514. Go ahead, you have 1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how you doing? Yeah, I'm going to comment also too on the planters. You know, I find it a little bit ridiculous that you allow a cult to basically rule you and your position in Los Angeles. Okay, that's just ridiculous. These should have been removed a long time ago. I mean, is what you want is a lawsuit against you? God forbid somebody gets hurt. They're going to sue you. And I would pray to God they would, because then you would deserve that type of a lawsuit. I mean, it's ridiculous how much above the law is the cult of Scientology that you're just going to let them leave those planters there. Like, screw everyone else, screw the general public, the elderly, the handicapped. You know, they've already expressed how much they do not care about people like that. Here in the beautiful island of Long Island, New York, we take pride in our handicapped people. We help our elderly across the street.
Thank you. And we'll move next to Emergent.
Hello.
Go ahead, you have 60 seconds.
You have been addressed regarding the planters on L. Ron Hubbard Way with countless different approaches. I will try another way now with a language I know you recognize. It's called money. The following scenario is very likely. One of the many elderly people walking on LRH's way pavement stumbles on one of the illegal planters. They fall and shatter their hip. All this is documented on a video by a peaceful protester who knows you have been aware of this issue for over 6 months. This is going to result on a lawsuit, and you know who will bear the financial responsibility. I'll give you one tip. It won't be the cult of Scientology. By the way, just so you know your audience, you might not have many Zoom callers, but all these meetings have been streamed in multiple YouTube channels, and they have been reaching hundreds of thousands of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We'll move next to Mona M. Mona?
Hello, TJ. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello again, board. It's me again, Mona. I know why you don't enforce the planners, because you would miss me coming to comment. No? Permit portal. How do you expect people to obey a law that is arbitrary? How do you play a game where the rules are not laid out and only one side knows the rules? Scientology gives the rules to LAPD, then LAPD tells the protesters. No way to look at the second page of the rules, so how do you know if you're obeying them? There is an ethics commission meeting today at noon. I will be attending and I will be talking about how all the planners are being dealt with through the BPW and City Attorney's Office, how they are unequally applying this law via the Venice Beach enforcement. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mona. We'll move next to Yvonne.
Thank you. The minutes continue to be archived and prematurely, incorrectly written in the future tense. Please change your practicing and include the reference to the person that speaks and the topic they speak on. I want you to try to reference the Hollywood Business Improvement District's minutes. They get it right. And yet they are a shadow government agency that abuses the LAPD, the LFD, and the special events permits. And again, they are heavily loaded on their board with Scientologists. You see a common thread there? Please stop any kind of business relationship with Scientology, and that includes paying or recompensating them for volunteer labor provided for.
Thank you, Yvonne. We'll move next to Audit LA. Audit LA, go ahead, and I've asked you to unmute. You'll have 60 seconds.
Good morning, everybody. I'm at the point now where I am thoroughly convinced that it is out, not even in your hands anymore. That if you wanted to fix and change this, you cannot. That there is some level of influence above you. You know, this is a political town after all. And I think maybe everyone, last one of you are afraid to cross that line because, you know, even the mayor's deputy is saying, oh, they don't know nothing about the planters, which then that means they didn't get the multitude of complaints that have come in on on numerous bases. So there's something higher up than you guys. Is this what? I mean, yes, it's of course influenced and safe pointing by Scientology, but they don't have the actual power to say yes or no. So there's somebody telling you yes or no. So it's going to come out. It's going to come out. I don't know how. I don't know if it's going to be through what agency is going to have to do it, but it's going to have to be done because you guys need to be set free to do your job. I am convinced now that you are not.
Thank you, Audit LA. I'd like to make a quick announcement, a quick update that YouTube is now broadcasting our audio. And we'll move next to caller ending in 264, caller 818 ending in 264. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Obviously, we pedestrians and handicapped people continuously are removed or obstructed from the public right of way. I mean, with my situation, it's vendors. It's not large vendors. They have no push carts because that's the only thing that's allowed on the sidewalk. These people have large structures with canopies, tables, chairs, gas grills, and they're removing the pedestrian from the sidewalk basically and putting them into the street, putting them in danger. So obviously nothing's being done. It's obviously an organized crime situation, and we need to take care of it as soon as possible for the safety of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. President Corson, I have an additional hand raised on the Zoom platform just now. Would you like me to inquire if the caller wishes to offer public comment?
Yes, please.
Caller 213, ending in 403. I see your hand raised. Would you like to offer public comment this morning?
Get all items and then general public comment.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment this morning, President Corson.
Thank you, Mr. Knight.
I said I wanted.
I removed the caller's permission to talk. Sorry about that.
Thank you. With that, we'll proceed to, we'll close general public comment for today's meeting and move on to multiple agenda item public comment. Once again, we have our City Attorney, Virginia Choi, here to ensure all speakers remain on topic, and each individual will have 1 minute per item they wish to speak on. And just clarify when you speak which items you are speaking to. Mr. Knight, please let's proceed with multiple agenda public comment.
Thank you, President Corson. We'll go ahead and start with Yvonne. Yvonne, you've indicated you'd like to speak on items 1, 2, and 3. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Number one, I understand that projects that are large have tranches of funds and these are paid in progress. My concerns are this particular project for the Metrolink extension carries ADA sidewalk improvements, but there are no sanitation facilities. Even though there are catch basins included in the project, they're going to be catching human fecal matter and urea. And that is going to enter into the ground system. In addition, the plan calls for community groups to work for the beautification of the areas. And I again want to plead with you to exclude any use of Scientology in any form in that effort. I applaud community efforts, but Scientology uses slave labor.
Speaker, please.
Number two.
Item number 1 in regards to 110 corridor fiber optics infrastructure project.
Number 1 was not fiber optics, that was Metrolink. Number 2, change orders are foreseeable. However, there are too many change orders that seem to be due to not having proper plans. Number 3, the fiber optics, I would like to know whether or not those fiber optics are of the nature that, if breached, are going to leach into the water cycle. In my past experience is that the fiber optics are made of toxic chemicals. That may be old technology that I'm aware of. That would be my question for the presenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. We'll move next to Adedale. Adedale has indicated you would like to offer commentary on all items. Please indicate which item you're speaking on. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to start with number 1, the purple line. Yes, we definitely need that to be extended. It doesn't go far enough. I am in complete agreement with that. But where I have an issue with, and mind you, it's a love-hate thing with the newer trains. They're great. I love them, but at the same time, they're not very ADA friendly. I rode the A line yesterday, and I get in with my chair, but I can't get into the handicap area because yes, there is an opening of the 36 inches enough, but they have these metal, like little wall barriers that, for me to get into it to try to turn around into a handicap space. If there's somebody sitting on the other side, their legs and feet are there. So I just have to sit in between the two doors and try to inch up and back. Where on the original purple line, like how the purple line now and the red line are, you don't have to do that. There's plenty of room for ADA. You have you go in and there's that whole open berth for bikes, for everything. And even with bikes, I had someone with me with the bike, can't get in. It's so crowded and cramped. So going forward, I know we can't go backward, but going forward, please keep that in mind with these trains. Number two, okay, here we go again. It's always, it's like you're Santa Claus and, they come in and everyone comes in and asks for more money. Why? Because you'll never say no. You don't have a naughty list, which, you need to have. And to say that sometimes, no, I don't even hear thorough investigations as to why you can't stay on budget. Why can't they? Is it because what Yvonne said, that they don't plan well? Okay, then who's, then if they don't plan well, then what disciplinary actions are happening for them not planning well? Is there any repercussions whatsoever for bleeding the taxpayers dry? Number three, okay, the fiber optics. Okay, we live in a very dark city. It is egregiously dark and it's dangerous for people like me in a chair. And like the other, there's times I'm filming, people are with me for all over the world, and they see how I cannot navigate easily at night unless it's somewhere where I am extremely familiar with, because it's very dark. And so I'm hoping that these fiber optic lights, I'm not, if I'm mistaken, I'm hoping that is to replace the copper wiring lights that we have now that keep getting stolen, because copper's worth something. And I wish you guys would be able to find solutions to that. Like, we should not have to live in darkness. It's not good for crime. It makes you more of a potential victim for crime. It's not good for just safety, because you can trip and fall easily or easier. You can't see where things are coming. So something needs to be done with these lights. As much as as urgently as the planters have been my issue, the lighting has to be the issue too at night.
Minutes. Thank you, Adelaide. President Corsand, that concludes the multiple agenda item commenters who have established themselves as wanting to speak on multiple agenda item. We do have an additional hand raised on the Zoom platform. If you'd like, I can see if that attendee would like to provide multiple agenda item comment.
Yes, please.
And so I'm going to ask caller 213403 to unmute and identify to me if you would like to offer multiple agenda item comment this morning.
Yes, I would. And I told you before I wanted to speak in general, and you cut me off.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put you back on mute because I'm unable to understand whether or not you would like to offer multiple agenda item comments. City Attorney, shall we go ahead and allow the...
Hey, motherfucker, stop violating my civil rights. I said all items.
Okay.
All items.
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah. How come you doing that, ponytail? What's wrong, Corsand? Want to go to prison? You want to go to prison?
Speaker, please.
Is that what you want to do? Because ponytail going to put you there, my friend. Now, you goddamn cheated me out of my general comment. You know it.
On topic regarding.
You're going to go to prison, Corsand. You want to go to prison? This guy going to put you.
First and final warning.
You're going to prison because you don't take public comment. You need to go to prison if you're not going to take public comment.
Saying on topic.
I've removed their permission to talk, President Corsand and City Attorney Choi.
Thank you.
That concludes multiple agenda item comments.
With that, we will close multiple agenda item public comment for today's meeting, and we'll proceed to approval of the minutes for Friday, December 6th. If there is a second to my motion to approve this item.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. There is a first from myself and a second from President Pro Tem Grant.
Very well. We'll take a roll call vote on approval of minutes from December 6th, starting with you, President Corsand.
Aye.
Vice President Chavez.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Grant.
Aye.
Commissioner King.
Aye.
And Commissioner Mitchell.
Aye.
All ayes, and approval is unanimous.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 1. In Council Districts 5, 10, and 13, revise Streets of Significance, Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority's Purple Line Extension Project. And we have here Mr. Curtis Tran for a presentation from the Bureau of Engineering.
Hopefully
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioner, and Board Member. I am Curtis Tran with Bureau of Engineering Metro Transit Division. I'm here before you. We're requesting the board to approve the revised street of significance within the existing impact area queue for the major transit and transportation construction impact area for Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authorities, also known as Metro, Purple Line Extension Project Section 1. According to our municipal code section 62.250, the major transit and transportation impact area traffic management area, also known as TCTMC, our committee is comprised from different bureaus, from Bureau of Engineering, Department of Transportation, Bureau of Street Service, and Bureau of Contract Administration. The traffic impact from the construction activity within the designated TCTMC shall be minimized per the code. Any entity who intend to obtain permit to perform activity or work in the public right-of-way within the existing impact area and the street of significance will need to have their worksite traffic control plan reviewed and approved by the committee. In addition, we also coordinate and avoid construction conflict when there's a multiple construction work going on at same place, same location. On January 29, 2014, the board adopted Bureau of Engineering Report number 3 to implement the existing impact area queue for the Metro Purple Line Section 1 and also the City Wilshire BRT project. The construction for the City Wilshire BRT project will complete on March 18, 2016. As of right now, the Purple Line project section is in construction. Metro have worked with us and request that we need to revise the impact area queue to assist the efficiency movement of the traffic and minimize disruption of the traveling public within the vicinity of the project. Metro, Los Angeles Department of Transportation and Bureau of Engineering collaborate in revising the existing impact area queue, and we have refined the map to reduce the street of significance. The removal of street, some of the street of the street of significance, sorry, per the board report will eliminate traffic lane closure fee, and applicants are currently required to pay. But the impact area still remain. The revision impact area will reduce work for city staff who regularly attend the weekly TCTMC meeting. There is negative impact to the general fund from our committee. This concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we take commissioner questions or comments, Mr. Knight, do we have any hands raised on this item?
We do not have hands raised for item 1, President Corson.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments on item number 1? Okay. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I'll move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Knight, we have a first from Commissioner Kang and a second from Vice President Chavez.
Very well. We'll take a roll call vote on approval of item number 1, starting with you, President Corson.
Aye.
Vice President Chavez.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Grant.
Aye.
Commissioner Kang.
Aye.
And Commissioner Mitchell.
Aye.
All ayes. Item number 1 is adopted, referred to council forthwith.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too. Moving on to item number 2, Council District 4, revised budget and issue change order numbers 121, 129, 143, and supplemental agreement change order number 161, Los Angeles Engineering, Inc., 7th Street Streetscape Improvement Package 1 project. And we have Mr. George Wong here from BOE. Please proceed with the presentation.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is George Huang with the Bureau of Engineering. The item before the board today is for the 7th Street Streetscape project. We are requesting the board to increase the construction contract ceiling and as well as issue 4 change orders for the project. The 7th Street Streetscape project is between Figueroa to San Pedro, and it consists of 11 phases of full closures to implement a new protected bike path along 7th Street within the project limits, and then also to reconstruct the sidewalk and also the curb ramps for accessibility. It also includes curb extensions and also bus islands as well. So it really enhances the transit, pedestrian, and bicycle improvements along 7th Street in the downtown area. Currently, the BOE forecasts that the existing construction contingency of 4.396 million will be exceeded based on the projected cost, the change orders that we have issued for the project. And the additional contingency being requested is to pay for the 4 change orders that are mentioned in the board report, which totals 939,959,000, as well as for extra work encountered in the field, such as sidewalk replacement, and also other additional worksite traffic control plans, coordination with DOT and revisions and that were needed as part of the project. So in addition, so just really quick about the 4 change orders. The change order 129 is, oh, I'm sorry, the change order number 121 is for time extension delays. In summary, there was a lot of issues that was going on in phase 4 of the project, which was between Main Street and Spring Street. So we were trying to partner with the Department of Water and Power for them to relocate the water lines outside of our bus island improvements. And a lot of the work got rescheduled during the time when DWP was supposed to do the relocation before the project started. So as a result, they asked for exclusive use of our contractor's full closure. And at the same time, when that was ready, they also, their construction also got delayed. And as a result, there was impact to our contractors' construction sequencing. They couldn't continue working and it impacted their schedule. As well as also with the worksite traffic control plan or WTCP, there was the 2-phase closures we tried to implement required a approved traffic control plan from DOT, but at the same time, when we do a full closure, there also has to be another implementation on how the contractor plans to close the lane temporarily to set up the full closure. So that was something that was not part of the contract document. So that extended a lot of the construction time. So we, through negotiation with the contractor, in terms of up to phase 4 of the project, there was a lot of claims, and we bundled up all the items that of the delays and extra work that the contractor was claiming and put that into change order 121. So this resolves all the issues that the contractor has up to phase 4 of the project. And then I'm sorry, when I mentioned the phases on figure 1 of the board report, it does mention the phases on the figure. So phase 4 covers Los Angeles Street to Spring Street. So currently the next 2 change orders are for bid item overruns. And in our construction bid, we typically have a bid item for removal of pavement and then also removal of everything underneath the pavement, the asphalt pavement. And in this case, it was bundled up into the same bid item. And when we were on the field, the typical thickness we usually is about 8 inches to 11 inches on our construction documents, but the field, it was more like 14, the pavement was actually 14 inches thick, and the base below that was about 17 inches on average. So in the different blocks, there were a lot of bid item quantity overages that resulted in, after all the quantities was verified and by the inspector and agreed by the contractor. So those 2 change orders are what's covered in in this board report as well. And then the last one is the supplemental agreement change order. So this one is asking the board to consider increasing the contract ceiling for the project to 101% above the original contract amount. So that currently right now is 80%. And then if we issue the change orders mentioned in the board report, that would be above 80% of the original construction amount. And so in order to issue that last change order, change order number 143, then that one needs to be approved by, we need to also increase the construction contract ceiling in this request. So just to kind of recap the contingencies on this project so far, that was approved by the board was 4.396 million, with the construction contract ceiling total of 10 million, about 10.1 million. And then with this request of 1.4 million in additional contingency, that would increase the contract authorized budget to about 11.5 million. And the project right now currently we finished up to phase 7 of the project, which is just up to Olive Street, from San Pedro to Olive Street. And right now, currently, we have stopped construction, and we're working just to this board reports to capture all the costs for the work up to phase 7. And pending any, if we were to be able to request for additional funding to begin the phase 8, which is from Olive Street all the way to Figueroa, then we would still come back to the board to request for a revised construction budget in order to finish the project. So we're still working with the other city departments and the council district to find additional funding. And with that, that concludes my report, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Before we take any commissioner questions or comments, Mr. Knight, do we have any hands raised on this item?
On item 2, we do not have any hands raised on the Zoom platform, President.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments? This has been a long, complicated project. A lot of discoveries underneath the streets of 7th Street. Great job. I think I'm looking forward to it actually being completed. And then maybe someday someone will open up a museum exhibit of what was discovered under 7th Street.
Yeah. Discovered a lot of basements.
With that, commissioners, is there a motion on the table for this item?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Knight, there is a first from Commissioner Mitchell and a second from President Pro Tem Grant.
Very well. We'll take a roll call vote on approval of item number 2, starting with you, President Corson.
Aye.
Vice President Chavez.
Aye.
President Pro Tem Grant.
Aye.
Commissioner Kang.
Aye.
And Commissioner Mitchell.
Aye.
All ayes, and item number 2 is adopted and will move forward forthwith.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Knight, I received an email from Barbara Brody that she's still waiting to give general public comment. If she's still on, I'm okay reopening the general public comment portion to allow her 1 minute to provide general public comment.
Thank you, President Corson. Ms. Brody indicated that she wanted to offer commentary on item 4, and then has indicated now that she wishes to also offer commentary on public comment. Go ahead, Barbara. You have 60 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Before the time starts, the reason I'm asking to have general comment is because the tabling of item 4 was announced after I said that I was speaking on item 4, and since it has been removed, I wished to make general public comment. So it's not a late request. I did try to raise my hand when general comment was then called. So thank you. I appreciate this. I just would like the board to know that tabling the item is the correct thing to do, but that January 17th does not give neighborhood councils adequate time to review the lists and prepare their comments. Many, if not most, neighborhood councils are dark this month, and the first notification of these lists appeared in your packet. There was no circulation to neighborhood councils that the lists had been completed, that they had been sent to the council district offices, or that they were available for review. They are not posted on the website for BS.
Thank you, Barbara. That's 60 seconds. I'm going to go move next to caller 213 ending in 403. Would you like to offer general public comment this morning? Caller ending in 403, I see that you've raised your hand. Would you like to offer general public comment this morning? This is my last attempt to make contact with you. And caller ending in 403 is not unmuting. So that concludes general public comment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knight. Thank you, commissioners. We will once again close general public comment and proceed to item number 3, which is in Council District 8, a joint build agreement with the California Department of Technology and Bureau of Street Lighting 110 corridor fiber optics infrastructure project. Please note, commissioners, that one of the recommendations we will be changing, and that is recommendation 6. We will be striking or designee. So it will just read, authorize the executive director of BSL to make any technical or accounting updates to the recommendations above to effectuate the intent of the Board of Public Works. I'm sharing that now, as it sounds like as the Bureau has agreed to this change. So we will proceed with Dan Corselli with the presentation.
Thank you and good morning, President Corson, Vice President Chavez, Pro Tem President John Grant. Thank you for your consideration of the item. I will be presenting on joint build agreement before you with the state of California to build a joint use fiber optics line along the 110. My name is Dan Caraselli and I'm a senior management analyst with the Bureau of Street Lighting. It is an honor to present to you what we believe will be a transformative project for the Bureau and for connectivity within the city. And most importantly for South Los Angeles, which has the largest number of disconnected and underconnected households of any region in the state. This project will deploy the Bureau's expertise and a century of experience installing underground conduit to ensure that South Los Angeles is included in the state's Middle Mile Broadband Initiative, or MMBI. The MMBI is a once-in-a-generation investment in publicly owned middle mile fiber optics infrastructure. I'll explain what that means. A 6,000 plus mile network of affordable, open access middle mile connecting the entire state together and into the internet exchange points in Southern California and the Bay Area. That's where the main internet exchange points are in the state. A lack of affordable, open access middle mile fiber optics infrastructure is often one of the main barriers to establishing new or improved internet service for a community. A new fiber optics network installed within a neighborhood, for example, or a wireless network installed in a neighborhood, anything that's intended to serve the residents of what's called the last mile infrastructure to serve the residents of the neighborhood or businesses. It can't provide that connectivity unless it has a physical high capacity middle mile, what's called the middle mile fiber optics connective, link, physical. Usually it's a tube or it can be up on utility poles back to the IXP, the internet exchange point. So you have to actually connect that neighborhood back to the internet exchange point. And there's only a few of those. So you really have to make sure that you have a way to get, oftentimes, sometimes for some parts of the states, hundreds of miles. Obviously in Los Angeles, we are grateful to have a couple of key IXPs. So one way to think about the middle mile fiber is as the freeways or the arteries of the internet. This long distance fiber connectivity can be prohibitively expensive to build or lease for small deployments. In a place like Los Angeles, it can be very, very expensive to build fiber optics infrastructure, especially long distance that must go in it usually has to go in the roadway. You obviously have to shut down roads. It can be very expensive to build, especially something that long, going back, tens of miles to the IXP. So what the state's doing is really changing the way this has been working in California by providing the middle mile as a publicly owned and operated, affordable, open access network. And what that will do is make possible new services from the private, nonprofit, and public sectors within the areas that it covers and reaches. I should also mention that it also can be used by the public sector to link facilities together. So it doesn't need to be just used to connect back to an internet exchange point. There's a number of different uses for middle mile fiber. With the length of the route that is before you today is 13.3 miles. A route like that going through South Los Angeles has a lot of different benefits that it could convey to the community. So the 110 corridor route before you today was not part of the original proposed network by the state, but it was included after major advocacy from local elected leadership and advocates, as well as regional county advocates. It was later removed from the network as costs increased post-pandemic. Thanks to further advocacy and leadership, most notably from the offices of County Supervisor Holly Mitchell, as well as the offices of City Council members Harris, Dawson, and Price, the solution before you today was developed, which uses the Bureau's substantially lower per mile construction costs, anything from about 50 to 60% of what the costs are in the typical costs in the private sector to build this kind of infrastructure. For installing underground conduit to make the 110 corridor route pencil within the state's budget. So without the incredible partnership and collaboration among the city, county, and state, this agreement before you would not have been possible. So I want to thank the state, county, and city partners for working to do something that was not part of the original plan, and that was, and to be honest, it was a challenge to figure out, how to make something that worked for all partners. So we appreciate the speediness that everybody's been working to make this possible to be before you today. So under this joint build agreement, the state California Department of Technology, which is CDT in the agreements, will provide the funds for construction of the 13.3 mile line adjacent to the 110 freeway, primarily underneath city sidewalks. Physically, that line will be made up of a high density polyethylene outer conduit with, it's about that big, with 7 inner conduits bundled within it. The city will retain ownership of that outer conduit, outer tube, and 3 of the inner tubes, one of which the Bureau plans to use for fiber optics enabled copper wire theft deterrence technology and other smart city efforts, including pedestrian safety applications that we're currently working to test. So this is not just a contract to build. This is a joint build opportunity where we will jointly be using this infrastructure. And we believe that the opportunities for using that infrastructure by the city are very substantial. Under this agreement, the Bureau will not be providing any fiber optics maintenance or emergency conduit repairs, but it has the option to enter into a joint maintenance agreement in the future. And the MMBI is being made possible by the American Rescue Plan, which is why this agreement must be completed by the end of this calendar year and why construction must be completed by the end of 2026. So we greatly appreciate your willingness to review and consider this agreement for you before the end of 2026. Using additional or earlier ARPA funds, the Bureau was able to do test deployments. We built about 3 miles of fiber optic conduit like this. And so we are very confident in both the cost and the time that it would take to build this. Now we do have new equipment that we are going to be receiving in February, a new boring machine that would allow us to build a lot faster than we are currently building. So our estimates are relatively conservative, and so building this within the 2-year time frame is not expected to be any issue. So with that, I thank you so much for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions about this project. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, before we take commissioner questions or comments, we do have public comment in this room. So Mr. Corselli, I think you got to step aside, and we'll start with Joel Martin, and then we have Liliana I'm gonna get it wrong. Manji. If you wanna, okay, if you please come up.
Good morning. My name is Joel Martin. I am the Community Broadband Program Manager for the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation, which is the co-convener for the Los Angeles Digital Equity Action League, or LA Deal. I'm here to express my strong support for item 3 of the agreement between Bureau Street Lighting and State of California Middle Mile Broadband Infrastructure along the 110 corridor. This agreement will save the city of Los Angeles a significant amount of money while providing reliable, affordable broadband access to communities that need it most. The 110 corridor runs through neighborhoods with some of the highest rates of disconnected households in the state. For too long, the lack of accessibility infrastructure and affordable broadband connectivity has been limited by the internet service providers, keeping prices high and leaving families and businesses without connectivity they need. This project is also an incredible economic opportunity that will stimulate investment, support small businesses, and make it easier to connect public facilities. On behalf of LA Deal and LAEDC, we urge you to approve this agreement. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of the Board of Public Works. My name is Liliana de Monge. I am the Director of Digital Equity with Unite LA. We are also co-conveners for the Regional Broadband Consortium. Unite LA is dedicated, we are a nonprofit, and we're dedicated to advancing economic development through workforce opportunities in Los Angeles County. I am also here to voice very strong support for the agreement between the Bureau of Street Lighting and the State of California to build the much needed middle mile broadband infrastructure along the 110 corridor. By building an open access public middle mile network, this project will create the conditions for affordable, competitive broadband services. This connectivity will allow students to access learning resources, workers to gain new skills through online training programs, and businesses, especially small and minority-owned businesses, to thrive on a level playing field. On behalf of Unite LA, we urge the board to approve this agreement. This project represents a meaningful step towards closing the digital divide and creating opportunities for every Angelino to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Knight, do we have any hands raised in this item?
Yes, we do, President Corson. We have Mona M. Mona M, you should be receiving a pop-up asking you to unmute. Go ahead, you have 60 seconds.
Thank you, TJ. I know that this is fiber optics, but it has to do with when you're installing the fiber optics and the lighting, maybe they can take a look at when they're tearing up the road, some of the old water pipes at the same time. I was with Audit the other night, and I was really bothered because the lighting was so bad that I'm glad she knew where she was going, because there were trees in the middle of the sidewalks. All of a sudden you'd be going along and boop, you don't know where you're going and you had to go back. So the lighting was really crucial and it was hard to navigate. So with that, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mona. And that concludes commentary on item 3, President Corso.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner King?
Thank you for coming out today. You mentioned in your presentation the 110 corridor wasn't originally included in the plan. So having added this, and I do agree that it's a much needed area for equity, did that impact any other areas in terms of the scope of work in the city?
No, not within the city. I can't really speak to the state. This is it's a state project, the MMBI. It basically, they had to think about projects all throughout the state, and this was it was originally, like I said, not part of the plan, but then thanks to advocacy, it was included. But then the cost to construct it, one of the things that they had to look at is whether there was existing to lease. I mean, I hate to be speaking for the state, but just to be clear, what I understand is that they had to consider whether there was existing open access fiber that they could lease, or the cost of construction. And oftentimes in urban areas, it's much more expensive than out in rural areas where you can just cut a line and put a tube in. Their estimates basically said it was prohibitive to do almost any construction in a city like Los Angeles. I mean, places like Oakland and things like that are seeing the same challenges. And so most of the infrastructure in Los Angeles is going to be leased. there are a few different construction projects, but it was really that they were able to consider this project as part of their overall budget once we brought the costs in line with what their original projections were. So no other, this doesn't take away from another project. Definitely not within the LA. The other main routes that we'll have in LA are the 101 going out to the valley, 405 essentially, the 5 freeway going through the valley, and along Wilshire.
And then you mentioned the construction timeline needs to be constructed by the end of 2026, correct? Given that, many of us having joined the board, heard about personnel issues, not having enough bandwidth to complete a lot of project delays. You mentioned BSL is confident that you're able to finish within that deadline, but are there any contingencies if there are any unexpected delays?
Yeah. So first of all, I mean, thank you for that question, Commissioner. A project like this can use overtime, which would drastically improves our chances of being able to use it to build this. But then also, if needed, contractors could be brought. We do have a bunch of contractors that could be used for work like this for doing conduit. So in other words, we have contingencies of how to meet.
Thank you, Commissioner King. President Pro Tem Grant, and then Commissioner Mitchell.
I just want to recognize the work
We
of
know they're going to vote yes.
Public
so
Works, and especially street lighting. The legacy of their
I'm
work
hanging up.
across history enabled this project to come about when
We'll watch for a second. Bye, Joe. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, I was walking around with Matt the other night when he was live, and he'd be walking, and then he'd walk around the tree in the middle of the sidewalk. Walking. There would be a great big hole in the middle of the sidewalk. Walking, and it never even fazed Matt because he just kind of walked around it. But me looking at it, I look at it as a wheelchair user going, shit, now I gotta go find a different way. Hold on, let me go find a stupid accessible curb to where I can go up and around all the way. I mean, I just look at cities different when you guys are walking around and I watch you live streaming on the protesting live stream. I see it from a person in a chair. I know we were all laughing yesterday at it when he went over to the college, when DOA went to the college. Or no, it was Matt was walking around, and all the damn cobblestones and the bricks, like even out in front of the LAPD area there, I would be so spasmed. I would be like, oh, trying to get across those bricks because it makes my legs spasm. It makes my body go tense. Right? Yep, over next to City Hall. That whole area in there I would just be flinching with pain. What do you call, Amy, are you still on here? What do you call those, the spasms when your legs go nuts? And it looks like you're having muscle attacks of your legs. I can't remember the name of it. We need our resident nurse to answer the question. No, not cramps. It's where all of a sudden your leg starts bouncing. Yeah, and you can see why. And I mean, if you don't have proper lighting in there, then you don't know where the hell to go. Tremulins, kind of like that. It is, it's a tremor. It's where your muscles tremor. Usually it's like your feet or your legs will do it. Kind of like, no, I'll think of it, you guys. I know exactly what I'm talking about. That's not coming to the front of my head. We're getting rid of this guy. We don't want to hear you anymore. Public speaker. We know you're gonna vote yes anyways. So why bother? Tinnitus is in your ear. It is spasticity. You're gonna think of it before I am. I know you are. Not Charlie Horse. That drives me nuts when I can't think of the name. Well, it is spasticity, but that's not what the real name is. That's basically what it is. The spasticity is because your brain has no control over it. So they go into spasms when you all of a sudden get triggered. And going over those cobblestones triggers it. It is a tremor type, yeah. Well, the judge should be looking like she's, we're orthostatic tremor. That's what it is, but it's, as I said, there's a name that it's escaping me. It's like right out of my brain. Let's play the name game. Oh, YRB, exactly. I literally cringe. And I haven't followed Mindy in a while. She hasn't been doing lives, but she'd go do that hike. And these are public streets, public sidewalks. There's plenty of places that I just go down the middle of the road because the sidewalks, and then the sidewalk just stops. There's no curb cut. There's nothing. It just stops. And you're like, well, okay, now where the hell am I supposed to go? LA is crazy like that. In a lot of towns, you just kind of know that that's the way it is. You just don't even bother using the sidewalks. DC's like that. DC has beautiful sidewalks until it doesn't. I love DC. You just get around on the subway there. But it has sidewalks from hell. They're like escape rooms. You gotta figure out which way to go back to get onto a curb cut. They are tremors, but they yeah, it's crazy. You know, and I appreciate curb cuts and I appreciate the fact that they're there. But if you put a beautiful curb cut, even with the yellow for the visually impaired and the little knobbly doos on there for the visually impaired with the canes, and it's a beautiful, beautiful sidewalk, and then you come to the end of the sidewalk and there's a 6-inch curb. Yeah, mine does that like when I get jostled or if I get afraid or something, my leg will start bouncing. Yeah, aren't they supposed to be carless in a couple of years audit? Yeah, so sometimes it even like makes me to where I start toning, which means laying straight back. All my muscles tighten up. Yep, I agree. I was up in Anchorage one day and up near the museum, right in front of City Hall. It hit a crack, threw me out of my chair, busted up my face. And the lady that was with me, she was walking with me. She was in tears. She was just in tears, saying sorry. I'm like, well, what are you going to do? Catch me? You didn't know I was getting catapulted out of my chair. And honestly, I was laughing about it because it was it wasn't funny, but it was funny. It's like, what are you going to do? I had a couple of big, strong, whelping guys come over and pick me up and put me back in my chair. Wasn't the first time that that's ever happened. Yeah, 2028 carless, 2128 maybe. Then you're going to have flying cars. Okay, we have 50 minutes before the next meeting. Audit, do they have, let me go back to that. Do they have, let me see if I can open up the agenda here. And it is 3 minutes. Yeah, LA is supposed to go carless by 2028. That's just not going to happen. So yeah, it's 3 minutes speaking at ethics. And you guys, let's do this. 3 minutes is nice. See, here's a couple of cases. Proposed settlement. The matter of Alan Greenlee, failure to register as and report as a lobbyist. Wish we could get Janet on that one. Proposed settlement in the matter of Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing. Failure to report as a lobbyist employer. Misuse of city position. We have a few of those. Review of recusals. So here is what I propose. Is I want to propose to them that they have been unequally enforcing for the planters against that. Thanks for looking that up for me earlier about the Venice Beach. Is it Venus or Venice? I think it's Venus Beach Association how they were sought and enforced. Well, I thought it was Venice too, but the meeting note said Venus, Venus. Venice? I thought for sure we looked it up earlier. Venice. Yeah, I know. It was it is Venice Beach. Okay, I'm wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong. Somebody else just typed it Venice, Venus, so it's Venice Beach. So they got hounded for 2 years and lots of money and lots of fines. And they had to jump through hoops. You it's somebody else typed in that's what the name was on the agenda from then. So I'm just going to say Venice Beach because that's what it is. That's what I think it is. So yeah, that guy that came, remember the one that, I don't know. Haggis, you're the one that said it was Venus. Are we, which way? Were you just typoing? Audit, remember if they, I wonder if they ever got that resolved. The guy that came to Public Works and was saying, look, they've been hounding me about enforcement of these stupid planners. So there's obviously different enforcement and maybe you need to go back to horses. Okay, cool. Thanks, Haggis. So the unequally enforcing rules that are, and the planters are city, state, and federal violations. They've kicked it to the city, and neither is doing their job. And the question is for the art permits. So the question is there a true ethical violation? That wasn't Venice though? Okay, so that's what we were looking for. Audit was, do you remember who that association was or that guy? So is there a true ethical violation taking place behind the scenes? San Pedro? Okay. Or is it just a perceived ethical violation? Ethics violation. And we're requesting an investigation. Yeah, I don't really need to know his name. I just wanted to know so that way I can refer to the difference in the unequal treatment. Oh, thank you, Haggis. So, if I have 3 minutes, I better write something down because I know I ain't gonna remember I don't remember 1 minute. I don't remember a damn word, let alone 3 minutes worth of shit. Thank you. I'm going to pop open. Yeah, it would be on an old agenda, but I can't remember when it was, and we've been to so many of these damn meetings that Chrome Firefox. Let's go to Word. We go to Word. Okay. We're gonna move me down here. Put me back up here. And let's make this bigger. Yeah, I think she should be listed as a lobbyist, to be real honest. Oops. Audit, you're so good at doing this just off the cuff, but I'm not. And I am just like so appreciating everybody helping me write these things. It's not just me. These guys are just like brainiacs when it comes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to address the no worries audit. Enjoy. The commission. I'll look to make sure that it's not ethics board before I type it in there, but to address the commission on a possible violation of ethics in the Board of Public Works and City Attorney's Office. Talk to you later. I have been filing complaints against the planters on LRH Way and Fountain for 6 months. There was an association that has been you can ask who is being safe pointed in or for this violation to go under the radar. I'm not understanding that, Phyllis. Please say it another way because that is kind of important. Yeah, and if they did their minutes like they're supposed to do their minutes, we would have it in the minutes, right? With the same issue in October that the enforcement. Hey, Swedish Lena. Has been quite rigorous, to say the least. And we and I cannot even get confirmation about the planters needed to be removed. The board They passed it with a temporary exemption because the planters were made out of materials, right? Yep, I remember that. They did put on the agenda that they kicked the can down the road to the city attorney office, but nothing is getting accomplished. Have a wonderful day, Miriam. Thank you. Love your face, as Dr. Who Heather says. I feel there is behind the scene reasons that this isn't being dealt with. For example, on Sunset, the city had the planters removed at the owner's expense. But here in front of Scientology, nothing. There is a clear there's a clear presumption that there might be money or coercion Yep, why is the enforcement selective? That's okay, Haggis. I'll just generalize. If somebody does find it by the time, we'll pop it in there. That there is not good grammar. It sounds like a hillbilly. There is a clear presumption there might be money or coercion, which is an ethical violation and in the least a perceived ethical violation that is happening, period. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to address the Commission on a possible violation of ethics in the Board of Public Works and City Attorney Office. I have been filing complaints against the planters on L. Ron Hubbard Way in Fountain for 6 months. There was an association that had been dealing with the same issue. I believe in San Pedro. but has been dealing with the same issue in October, but the enforcement has been quite rigorous, to say the least. I cannot even get confirmation about the planters needs to be removed. They did put, I'll make this better. Yeah, somebody's getting paid off, that's for sure. On Sunset, the city had planters removed at the owner's expense, but here in front of Scientology, nothing. There's a clear presumption, it's not a presumption, there's a clear bias of selective enforcement. There might be money or coercion. Affecting the board or city attorney office to ignore the complaints and gives no, not and gives, which is an ethical violation and in the least a perceived ethical violation that is happening. Biased enforcement is like playing a game without knowing who the players, refs, or rules not how, who. It were 250 vendor carts at the same location, the BSS would have seized all carts. $257 planters without our visas, not visas, our permits. I'm thinking visas in my head. Yeah, I'm not gonna mix the two for just this one comment, Peter. I think I've talked about the permits to them before, and in fact, I even put in an ethics complaint about the permits. And I don't know if it was taken up, because once they're taken up, you don't hear anything. They go into quiet mode. Okay, so let me reread through this. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to address the Commission on a possible violation of ethics in the Board of Public Works and City Attorney's Office. I've been filing complaints against the 257 planters without our permits on L. Ron Hubbard Way in Fountain for 6 months. There was an association, I believe, in San Pedro that had been dealing with the same issue. In October, that with similar instances that came before the board in October. The enforcement of their planters was rigorous, quite rigorous to say the least. And I cannot get even confirmation about the planners. It sounds like it has been an eventful morning for all of you. Okay, cool. Great, Swedish. You're more than welcome to chime in, though. We're going to talk to the Ethics Commission. I believe in San Pedro that has been dealing with the similar instances that came before the board in October. The enforcement of their planners was quite rigorous, to say the least, and I cannot even get confirmation about the planners needed to be removed. Confirmation about the process of my complaint. They did put on the agenda that they kicked the can down the road to the city attorney office, but nothing is getting accomplished. I feel there is behind the scenes reasons that this isn't being dealt with. For example, on Sunset, the city had the planters removed at the owner's expense. But here in front of the Scientology, nothing. It is clear there might be money or coercion affecting the board or city attorney office to ignore the complaints, which is an ethical violation, in the least a perceived ethical violation that is happening. Biased enforcement is like playing a game without knowing who the players, refs, or rules. If it were 250 vendor carts at the same location, the BSS would have seized all carts. Okay, we're getting there, guys. I wonder if there's a place to be able to log in. Let me save this. I know better. I always have to tell myself to save it because 12:18. I don't care about syncing in. Let me go back here. Go back to see, I'm wondering if there is a way to zoom, and call in at the same time. So I think the last time I restreamed either Audit or Henry. That's okay, Swedish, and I'm sorry you're having a brain fog morning. Definitely F Sciento. Right, Ganja. But I don't see, Peter, do you see a way to be able to stream this? There's the agenda. It doesn't, I don't think it has. Aussie, oi, 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 hey. You're welcome. Thank you for coming on. If I fixed all the typos, Phyllis, probably. Yeah, and if you type it and send it in, you can send more than just a couple of minutes. And this is way less than 10 minutes. Or way less than 3 minutes worth. Should I pad this up a little bit with more information or be short and sweet? Because I bet you this is like maybe a minute and a half. Let me read through it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to address the Commission on a possible violation of the ethics in the Board of Public Works and City Attorney's Office. I have been filing complaints against the 257 planters without our permits. I know what I need to put in there. That are in violation. These. Oh, sorry guys, be right back. Get a tinkle. Sorry. Okay, back up. I'm gonna run you over. Watch out, girlfriend. Watch out. Watch out. I gotta pee. Hurry up, I gotta tinkle. Get out of my way. Thank you. friend. You just keep getting right in my way. Sorry, guys. Told you sometimes I have a football bladder. Oh, thank you for the membership, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Unequal enforcement, intentional or not, has been found to be discrimination in courts of law time and time again. That's a great thing to add, Twyla. Thank you. Okay, so these, no, it's 257. The number is stuck in my brain. It might even be more now. These planters are in violation of city, state, and federal ADA codes. As it doesn't, it's 251, 257. 6 ain't gonna make her take the bank, right? It's still 250 on 2 public streets, on 2 public blocks, is ridiculous. I think short and sweet and to the point. Thanks for that addition. I appreciate it, Twyla. Okay, I was gonna time it. 2:45. I've got probably 10 minutes before to call in. Okay, reset. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to address the Commission on a possible violation of ethics in the Board of Public Works and the City Attorney's Office. I've been filing complaints against the 251 planters without our permits. These planters are in a violation of city, state, and federal ADA codes on L. Ron Hubbard Way and Fountain Avenue. For 6 months, there's been okay, I need to work that in. I got it goofed up. There was an association, I believe, in San Pedro that has been dealing with similar instances that came before the board in October. The enforcement of their planners was quite rigorous, to say the least, and I cannot even get confirmation about the process of my complaints. They did put an agenda that they kicked the can down the road to the city attorney office, but nothing is getting accomplished. I feel there is behind the scene reasons that this isn't being dealt with. For example, on Sunset, the city had the planners removed at the owner's expense, but here in front of Scientology, nothing. It is clear that there might be money or coercion affecting the board or city attorney office to ignore the complaints, which is an ethical violation, and in the least, a perceived ethical violation. I need to add literal there. That is happening. Biased enforcement is like playing a game without knowing who the players, the refs, or the rules are. If it were 250 vendor carts at the same location, the BSS would have seized all carts. Unequal enforcement, intentional or not, has been found to be discrimination in courts of law time and time again. Thank you for your time. Okay, so we got plenty of time. I just need to fix my screw ups. and be ready to call in. And let me go back to the agenda. Am I multiple agenda item agenda? Planners placed. Oh yeah, that's probably a good idea. Okay, so these are without our permits. The planners are in violation of city, state, and federal ADA codes. I've been to every Board of Public Works meeting without fail for 6 months, period. There was an association, I believe, in San Pedro that has been dealing with similar instances that came before the board in October. The enforcement of their planners was quite rigorous, to say the least, and I can't even get confirmation about the process of my complaints. The board right. Not only ADA, but even folks entering or exiting their vehicles are impeded from safely some safely doing that activity without the threat of being injured, which could be a liability for the city. Okay, good addition, Kendra. I'm going to go ahead and call in so that way at least I am on the phone and my phone rings, right? Just as I'm supposed to. I don't want to talk to you. I hate spammers. Wait for this phone call to try and get through. Call ended. Ended. Done. Okay, so we are going to call 833-568-8864.
Welcome to Zoom for Government. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
617884780 pound.
Enter your participant ID followed by pound. Otherwise, just press pound to continue.
161788.
You are in the meeting now. There are 3 participants in the meeting. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing *6. You have been added to the waiting room. You cannot talk or listen until the host admits you to the meeting.
Okay, so there is no Zoom like to visualize it. Does anybody see where anybody else went there? Like in person, is DOA there, or can you hear my phone if I put it up here? Is that too loud? You haven't seen anyone? Are you on a Zoom to see them physically? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I'm asking about the live. Can you hear it now, Amy? Okay, good. Okay, well, I'll just hold it over here till they get started then. Bebop and dancing. Hopefully they're not going to be late like everybody else has been this week. And Phyllis, what I think they probably will do is ask me to type this up and send it in as an official complaint. That's normally what they do. I probably will just go through, it's probably just going to be audit night, unless one of you guys are calling in too. You go through public comment and then be done. I'm ready for some lunch. Geez, it's almost supper time. But I don't know that the bid is under City Ethics Commission. I think we established bid was under the uh, community, the Commerce, Chamber of Commerce, which is a direct 501c3. It has nothing to do with the city ethics. And this is the Los Angeles City Ethics. So this deals with the boards, the commission, the commissioners, the city employees. Yeah, we thought about that earlier. So we looked it up. Is there a meeting code? Yes. 161-788-4780. Pound. And you have to hit that twice. So you enter it, and then you have to enter it again. Do you need the phone number? There is a direct number you can hear just by hearing, but it doesn't let you enter the Zoom. And then hit *9 to request to speak when they'll say,
You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing star.
and we are beginning.
Thank you for waiting. We'll be getting started shortly. Your hands have been raised.
I did raise my hand just in case. No, girlfriend, stop. Sorry, guys. I hope you can't hear her whining. She has water. She has food. She has the door open. She can go outside. She has a doggy door. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what she's crying about, Phyllis. It could be she has a tummy ache. It could be her hips hurting. She's just my vocal one. Oh, good. I'm glad, Swedish. I can hear her whining and she's driving me crazy. You only heard him yipe the other day. He's very, very seldom makes a noise. And she talks to me all the time and whines all the time. If I'm not in there making sure her water is clean and full, she yips at me. I can be sitting on the toilet and she's in there, yip, 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 come in and change my water. She's a...
For those joining us by Zoom audio only, thank you for waiting. We'll be getting started shortly.
Yeah, she's better than any alarm clock in the morning. Penny, go lay down. See, Swedish, everybody heard my boy the other day. I had to go to the bathroom really like, oop, gotta go right now. And so I started wheeling backwards and his paw was in my spokes. I thought, oh my gosh, I probably broke his paw. But he was fine. He was just being an attention whore. I know what she wants. She wants him to get off the bed so she can get on the bed. She's pissed he's on there and taking up all the spot. Okay, 306 peoples. I had a phone call this morning and the name came up as Matt. I thought, what in the world are you calling me for, MD Media? Shouldn't you be in surgery this morning? It was a different Matt. It caught me by surprise.
For those joining using Zoom audio only, thank you for waiting. We'll be getting started shortly. We are just working on some technical issues at the moment.
Oh, we have more liar McFire plants. You know, it's a $1 trillion, billion-dollar city. They should have better technologies. Probably have better technology going down to my local Walmart. Swedish, do you have a dog?
It is Good morning, everyone. We are now on live broadcast. Thank you for your patience. We'll be getting started shortly.
No, I don't have an adjustable bed, Swedish. I have a queen size, though.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. County Commissioners, waiting. President Dar, you will hear a prompt that the recording has begun, and we may begin. This meeting is being recorded. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeffrey Dar. I'm the president of the Los Angeles City Ethics Commission. Welcome to everybody. Sorry we're starting late at 12:10. We are meeting today on December 18, 2024. We're meeting in our regular meeting room at City Hall. The meeting is being held in City Hall room 1060, and we're also accessible by telephone. For those who are wanting to listen in remotely, you should have all this information already, but I'm going to provide it just so it's clear in case somebody has been waiting for it still. First of all, to listen in, the phone number is 213-621-2489. Once again, that's 213-621-2489. If you wish to provide public comment, which we welcome, if you want to do it in person, please fill out a speaker card. They're available in the back. And if you want to provide public comment remotely, you need to call the following one of two numbers. The first number is 669-254-5252. One more time for remote comment, 669-254-5252. We also have a toll-free number for public comment remotely. That number is 833-568-8864. The toll-free number again is 833-568-8864. If you are then providing remote public comment, you'll have to enter the following meeting ID, followed by the pound sign. I'll give that number twice. Again, it's on the agenda and everyone probably has already, but just to make sure no one's been waiting for it. The meeting ID is 161-788-4780. Once again, meeting ID 161-788-4780. Each time I gave the number, you need to follow by the pound sign. And then when the time comes, you'll press pound again when you're asked for a participant ID. So with that, we're going to call to order the meeting officially. It is now 12:13 p.m. One item of note before we proceed to a roll call is our new commissioner's first meeting. So we're very excited that Terry Kaufman has joined us as a commissioner, and we actually have 5 commissioners, which for those who've been following what we do in our history know how important that is and exciting it is for all of us. So with that, if we can proceed with the roll call, please. Yes. When your name is called, please state your name for the record. Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen, present. Commissioner Kaufman. Commissioner Kaufman, present. President Dar. Commissioner Dar, present. Vice President Kulkarni is not present. And Commissioner Stern. Commissioner Stern, present. We have 4 commissioners present. We have a quorum. We may continue. Thank you, Mr. Studio. Next item on our agenda is item 2. It's a multiple agenda item for public comment. At this time, we will take all public comment on all agenda items and general public comment. So this is the time if you wish to provide public comment today. We're going to start with those who are present in the room who filled out a speaker card. We only have 1 so far. If anyone wishes to speak who's in the room, please again fill out the speaker card and then to staff and we'll recognize you. And then we will be moving to those who have called in. And if you are with us in person, again, let us know. Otherwise, we only have 1 right now. The first speaker card I have is filled out as quote unquote to Santa. So you come forward, please.
Ugh.
All right. So all items in general, so I get 4 minutes. 3 minutes. All items is 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes. No comment. An extra minute. You may proceed when you're ready. All right. So let's see here. We got a guy that's not working. Finding out the false sheets. Misappropriation of public funds is a federal crime. So was there a federal recall? U.S. Attorney's Office regarding this gentleman? Arthur Sargisian. What happened with the criminal referral to the DA's office, U.S. Attorney's Office, honest services fraud? Was there anything about that? No, of course not. Just another day in L.A. Just filling out a couple of sheets and not working. The guy worked here how long for the city? So this was the only time he did that? Sure. Of course you are. You know, you guys are a joke. What, 11,000? What are you going to give him? $11,000? Okay. So you get $11,000, and how much towards his pension did the fake overtime go? Did you discredit his pension, or did he get credit for that? See, you guys don't do the math. This is a slap on the wrist. It's a fucking joke, right? I mean, you're just telling everybody in the city, hey, you pay a fine. You're not going to go to jail. These motherfuckers aren't going to do nothing to you. Log it overtime. If 44,000 employees do it, how many are you going to catch? It's a traffic ticket, like everybody's speeding on the freeway. You know, but you guys have been gunning for a long time like a fillet. You know, you finally got 5 commissioners. 1 doesn't show up. Well, I don't, where's Manjusa? Where's she at? You got 5 commissioners. So, anyway, just another day, you know. And then, of course, Wilma Pender, my God, man, Wall Street executive, and the DWP, all those recusals, you're not recommending she step down? But that many conflicts, that many recusals, that's too many. It's got to step down. You got 3.5 million people live in the city. You can't find another commissioner that's not conflicted like that? Of course you can. Now, I want to know where Stafford B is. Where is the John Lee matter? When is he going to pay us $60,000? I go to the city council meetings and I say, John, when are you going to pay a $60,000 fine? Why hasn't he been charged and convicted? Why are you guys delaying? What's the problem? You know the FBI had the file. You read Mitchell Englander versus United States. You know he's a convicted felon, Mitchell Englander. You know he was identified as Stafford B. The case is laid out. You could have Agent Sorelli come here, Agent Savini for the FBI come here, testify, build your case, and do this in half an hour. So time to get him to pay his fine and then get his ass off of the city council. He doesn't belong in the city council. So that's all he gets, plus the general. Thank you, Board. You get Board of Commissioners, you get 4 minutes. Thank you. Anyone else in the room wishing to provide public comment? I'm not aware of anyone. So with that, we will then move to those people who are on the public comment line. If you call the public comment line, please raise your hand remotely to speak by pressing *9. So *9 is what you need to press if you want to be recognized. You'll be recognized by your hand has been lowered. Studio, and we'll do that with you. Kevin from Studio. I think speak on the item, general public comment. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. You may begin. And then, of course, we have Mr. Dar, who's been, certainly a lot of institutional knowledge up in there. And then we have Terry Kaufman Macias, who sat literally in the engine room of the most corrupt land use vessel that ever sailed. Well, that's probably not even true. The one where they caught several people, including Weezer and so on and so forth, Englander. No, they didn't catch him for land use, but they hard not to catch him. He was so outrageous. I'm concerned because I want the Ethics Commission to succeed. I'm a long-time participant. But, I feel that the oversight structure is not strong. There was a great article in the Chicago Tribune about how, despite best efforts, it just doesn't work. The people are resigning, saying that they're frustrated. I beg your pardon? Oh, okay. You didn't interrupt. Good. The article talked about how there's all sorts of legislative manipulations that nobody can really block. For example, Mr. Harris Dawson, read in an entire 20-minute bloviation about the new rules for the council, leaving out an important government reform commission, and nobody noticed or covered. Thanks for Mr. Kwan to notice those kinds of things. He's there and helping. But we have high-profile corruption virtually everywhere, and the transparency and accountability of the public, we can't participate because the Brown Act is not followed. They reduce people to tiny in the telecast, and the Ethics Commission convening has nothing to say about it. I mean, certainly nobody can explain why at the County Board of Supervisors a person can testify in front of the board and be recognized. When you do it at the City Hall, it's a slap across the face, and they come down one after the other. Let's get to the other items on the agenda. Alan Greenlee is a great homeless crusader, affordable housing guy, but he's being lightly capped for $6,000, which means nothing to that organization, for getting to lobby, register as a lobbyist. Guess what? He's been lobbying for decades, but it's okay. And then, the guy who's working but not at work, well, this is a real problem. And what about the holdback and the recusals? I mean, Kern Price has recused himself in every single meeting for the last. I don't get why that is not handled in a different way. It's just so embarrassing. And Paul Krikorian, talk about revolving door. We have set up, David and Heather will remember, rules that you're not supposed to be a part of lobbying the city once you leave your elected office for a year, I think. And everyone wants to make it longer. But we don't even enforce it. Break it. And I'm not done yet. And Krikorian is avoiding that entire kind of protection for the people to make sure that things are not out of the public interest by staying in City Hall for yet an extension. It's like a kissing in for another 4 years. And I think the public should have access to the exact cost. So this is the Public Record Act. salary. So I think it's $2 million before 2028 he's going to take in public funds just for running an office. It's going to be tax friendly. So what can I say? And what was that little beat? Am I going to continue to have you've gone beyond your 3 minutes. You've been very generous. Please wrap things up and then we'll thank you for your comments. Well, first of all, let me thank you for your tireless service. I've frequently said that the Ethics Commission should be entitled to free mental health care because it is hard to hold your nose, and not your nose because it smells bad, but because it's just so hard not to.
Oh, come on, get off it.
Wint in the face of John Lee if you look at the lobbyist report. All the money that English lobbyist Speaker, you do need to try and reserve the time. Finish, so. And well, I thought look at that lobbyist report. Thank you. Thank you. Caller ending in 386. You'll be prompted to unmute. Please press *6 to unmute. Please clearly state your first and last name and the items you'll be speaking on. Yeah, hi. Yeah, hi, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Yes, all agenda items and public comment, please. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. You may begin. I just want to follow up with some of the remarks by the previous speakers, specifically on the matters of high-profile corruption. There are several business officials, sworn in business representatives from the Church of Scientology that serve and have done highly lucrative and frankly highly involving real estate in the greater LA City, and particularly what Jeff Zaranum of the who is the treasurer of the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council, is a affiliate of Scientology and sits on the East Hollywood Neighborhood Council as well as countless other bids, and repeatedly has shut out very pro-consumer real estate development bids and in favor of developers, some of which are known on some of these agenda items as having clear ties with various rampant fraud. Susanna Pirios is another board member of Scientology who is directly tied with Janet Whelan, another Scientologist who is a high-profile President Special Affairs, aka the OSA office, aka the True Mafia wing of Scientology. These cases that are listed before you, I 100% guarantee that these folks, along with countless other OSA agents, are involved with dealing a lot of shady and underhanded business transactions. Thank you, caller. Sorry, caller, have you concluded? Oh, no, I just wanted to ask how much time I've got left on my public comment. Actually, 1 minute. 1 minute. I also just wanted to say that, you know, if the people before you can bring about civil suits, it makes me wonder why the government cannot follow through with criminal suits to prosecute a lot of these high-profile cases. Especially since at the heart of this are people like Heidi Soto, the city attorney, that is actively litigating against protesters of Scientology, as well as countless other LAPD cover-ups, many of which involve these very same real estate moguls. Lawsuits are coming in the next 6 months. I just hope that we have your support, and if anybody wants to provide information, email me at filmthepoliceusa@protonmail.com. Now's your chance to be a whistleblower. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Caller ending in 017. You'll be prompted to unmute. Please press *6 to unmute. Please clearly state your first and last name and items. The host would like you to unmute your mic. You are unmuted.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mona M. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to address the Commission on a possible violation of ethics in the Board of Public Works and the City Attorney's Office. I've been filing complaints against the 257 planners placed by Scientology on L. Ron Hubbard Way and Fountain Avenue. It's only 2 streets in 1 block area. 257 of them. They are without our permits. The planners are in violation of city, state, and federal ADA codes. Not only the ADA, but even folks entering or exiting their vehicles are impeded by the safety and doing this safely. This activity could be a threat to their well-being and be injurious, and there could be a liability for the city. This is what I've been complaining about. I have been to every Board of Public Works meeting without fail for 6 months now. There was an association, I believe, in San Pedro that had been dealing with similar instances that came before the board in October, and the enforcement of their planners was quite rigorous, and to say the least, I can't even get them to comment about the process of my complaints. They put on the agenda that they kicked the can down the road to the city attorney office, but nothing is getting accomplished. I feel there is behind the scenes reasons that this isn't being dealt with. Because over on Sunset, all of those planners were dealt with. The city came in, had them removed, and they charged the business owners. So why can't these be dealt with? But here in front of Scientology, nothing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Crickets. It is clear there might be money or coercion affecting the board or the city attorney office to ignore the complaints, which is an ethical violation or at least a perceived ethical violation that is happening. Biased enforcement is like playing a game without knowing who the players, the refs, or the rules are. If it were 250 vendor carts in the same location, the BSS would have seized all the carts right away. Unequal enforcement, intentional or not, has been found to be discrimination in courts of the law time and time again. And I wish to file a complaint against the Board of Public Works and the City Attorney's Office. Thank you. I appreciate your time. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Caller ending in 713. You'll be prompted to unmute. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Ruth. I'd like to speak on all available items and give a general public comment, please.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes. You may begin.
Thank you. On the agenda, I believe items 5 and 6, and also like 12 or something, all have to do with ULA in some way. The first is, I think, one of the Citizens Oversight Commissioners. The second is, I believe, his nonprofit, and the number 12, I think, is yet another COC member. And this was addressed in their meeting last Thursday. They talked about how they have this great solution, and they're going to hire people who have already retired because they don't have the financial stake. And I just want to suggest, as an unhoused person who lives outside myself, who is been continuously living in public in the city of LA since 2017, like, why don't they appoint actual citizens, like unhoused ones? Like, we're unbought by definition, basically, and we actually know how to help ourselves, and no one's listening to us. There was a commission, Blue Ribbon Commission on homelessness a few years ago in the county, and one of the 8 seats was held by the Gibson and Dunn attorney from downtown LA who argued against our civil rights to the Supreme Court recently, and successfully, in Grants Pass, decided that we don't have the right to sleep outside anymore, even when there's nowhere to go. And so I think that the commissioner appointments and the conflicts of interest with the homelessness situation in particular, we really need some ethics advocacy. We really need some eyes on the situation. to be, I think, $12 million spent this year on eviction protection for elderly and disabled people with back rent owed in the city of LA. And they didn't implement this program this year. But evictions didn't slow down. Like last week, there was 500 of them. And they haven't even served the ones from November because they're so backlogged with evictions. And so all these people whose neighbors in their zip codes are paying into the mansion tax are, like, many of these zip codes are exempted from receiving assistance through Stay House LA because they have all these conflicts of interest and they can't bother to implement their own programs. But, I mean, that money is collecting interest, right? Like all those millions of dollars for those mansion taxes. And yet people are still being actively removed from their rent-controlled apartments. I know a woman who's being removed from her apartment that she's lived in for 20 years. She can't even get on a waiting list for the Ramada home key that's supposed to open this month, but now it's been vacant since 2022, and now it's not even going to open until next year. She can't wait 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Caller ending in 944. Please clearly state your first and last name and the items you'll be speaking on. You'll be prompted to unmute. You can press *6 to unmute.
Yes, this is Yvonne. I'd like to speak on all items in general comment, and I'm going to get started right away to not waste time. The concern is the infiltration by Scientology. The names have already been mentioned today, and that's only some of the names. The infiltration into the Department of Public Works, specifically the Bureau of Street Services, in the area of special events permits and their disobedience to the policies and procedures and ordinances relating to those permits is complicated by the fact that those permits are not available for viewing by the public. And when the police arrive to enforce those permits, they are not available to the police department, and the police department obeys whatever the interpretation Scientology provides them. The question as to why that is in part because Scientology provides the police department with parties and gifts to their different charitable organizations. And in addition, Scientology sitting on the board of business improvement, business improvement bureaus or whatever they are, boards, they are given a phone number that bypasses the 911 telephone dispatch and goes directly to the police stations or the fire dispatch, and they build and continue to abuse their relationship and priorities that they gain over the common citizen. And that information actually was revealed at the police commission meeting last week. And you need to do an investigation thoroughly on any communication from any email address from any number of people from Scientology. The 3 names mentioned are probably only the top of the iceberg. Thank you for hearing us out, and please free your city of not only apparent infiltration, collusion, and corruption that Scientology is bringing to the city of Los Angeles. If you want to see what is happening to Los Angeles in real time, look at what happened to Clearwater, Florida, and see if that's what you want for LA. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller ending in 533. You'll be prompted to unmute. Please state your name and director and items you'll be speaking on. Please press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, good afternoon. I go by Audit LA. I also want to speak about the conflict of interest with Scientology. Okay, I know that Janet Whelan, who's the vice president of Western Scientology, is on both the on Northeast and Hollywood division CPAD. She's also on other things, I'm sure, as well. Susan Sirius, high-level Scientologist, is on East Hollywood Big. Kathy Morrell, who is the director of the North Hollywood Scientology, is on the North Hollywood CPAD, and also I believe that was the current or past president of the Chamber of Commerce. They are on so many boards, okay, and then they also are able to influence not only the police through, being on their board, but also through different means, and they also advocate. They lobby for things for what they want. Like they want the police and fire to use their programs, to help fight crime and everything. That's a lobbying. But yet they're also on the board. It's a conflict of interest. There's some kind of holdover because, like we're talking about with these planters, that there's 250 of them that are not ADA compliant. We cannot get anyone to have them to make them compliant, or the fire lanes that are not compliant when they have their closures, and that's the police, fire, any of the city councils, the city council itself, public works, city attorney, the whole entire city will not act on even federal law violations, like ADA violations. They will not act on it because of Scientology. Because Scientology, they are lobbyists, and they have infiltrated the highest levels, and they have some kind of influence, whether it's through they donate money, they donate gifts, they donate influence, they whatever else they do. It has completely corrupted and shut down our city. Because how come I cannot get on and off of a paratransit vehicle for 3 whole city blocks because the Church of Scientology decides that L. Ron Hubbard Way and Down Avenue, they don't want people coming and going there. So they have these planters that are breaking the sidewalk, that are not ADA accessible, and nobody is willing to do anything about it. And we need to know why. If they are lobbying at the highest levels, they need to be registered. They're not. If they are paying money, or if they are corrupted, or whatever corruption is going on, whatever's holding tying this up. Because I've been to every single public works commission since June. Okay, and I go constantly to City Hall, and I constantly to the city, the councilman's office. No one can do anything about this, and that's for a federal crime. Are you serious? Something has to be done. You're my last hope. I am begging you, please, to look into these. It's an unwed. It's just a web. It's an octopus of grip on this city. Please do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Caller ending in 208 will be prompted to unmute. Please state their first and last name and the items you'll be speaking on. Please press star 6 to unmute. Hey, Rob Kwan. Also plan to say so much comments today about Scientology, and some of our commissioners it's really on topic. This is a whole lot more on topic than anyone would like to admit. And you can just look to some of the enforcement matters, in particular, Les Moonves, Hollywood executive, and his relationship with Corey Palka. And you can also look at Corey Palka in the headline you guys. Just Google Corey Palka Scientology. And you can see information about Hollywood division raising $500,000 through them, Palka accepting a check on their behalf, having private events at Scientology, putting a Scientology informational kiosk inside Hollywood Division. That was quickly renamed. You can find information about him helping Scientology out, putting phone calls into Detroit, being tips on enforcement matters. Excuse me, sir. Please pause your time. The two gentlemen who are talking to each other, I have not said anything for a while, but we can hear to some degree what's being said. And if you have a private conversation, please just take it outside of the hearing room because you are being disruptive. And I see a recognition that you won't any further. So thank you. And sorry, Mr. Previn, we'll continue and you're not being docked your time. Speaker, your time was paused. It will be start now. You may continue. Okay, I guess I'm easily mixed up for Eric Previn. I'm sorry. Just I apologize. I'm very familiar who you are, so no offense. And I just wanted to note, there's all kinds of stuff out there. And I'm sure if you were actually doing deep investigations, there's been suggestion that maybe there's more being poked around into there. There's a whole paper trail publicly, and that could be attained otherwise on Mr. Palka and what he was doing, even stuff involving the Masterson case and stuff that caught his colleagues by surprise. So appreciate the leniency and public comment and willingness to hear everyone out. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kwan. Thank you. President Darrow, we have no further public comment. We may continue. All right, so just to make sure that nobody remotely has not been able to get through the system because it's not as good as it could be, so we do the best we can with our resources. We're going to wait one more minute. If you wish to be recognized, you need to follow the instructions previously given and on the agenda for providing remote comment, and I'm not aware of anyone else present in the room who's set out a speaker card. So we're going to wait 1 minute, and we'll then conclude public comment if nobody comes forward. All right? Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and hang up, guys. I don't think they're going to have any other callers. That kind of was a little bit awkward just being on the mute, and I'm sorry, Swedish, for it to go up and down like that. My apologies. Yeah, who's that new player? That didn't even ring a bell. Nobody that we've heard on the protests. I don't know that voice. Audit, who was that? We have a new player. It might have been Swedish. Is that that's the acronym NPC, right? A new player. I don't know all my terms, right? Oh my goodness. New character unlocked. Yep. Yeah, that was nice. Word is definitely getting around. Whew, okay, well that turned into a very long day, you guys. 4 hours. A little over 4 hours. I'm going to go ahead and close up because I'm going to go in and maybe get some supper started. and catch up on some lives and see what's going on. I appreciate you guys hanging out all day. I love being with you guys, and thanks for helping me write that. I appreciate it. It might be one of the chatters. It could be. Might have been Peter. We never hear Peter. That's okay. That's all right. Quan, I think they said is his last name, but who knows if that was the right last name. See you later, Peter. Thank you. Okay, guys. Ciao, ciao for now. I'll see you in a little while, or I'll see you in the morning.